This morning, we will have 2 topics to be presented and another 2 in the afternoon. So, question and answer session will be follow after our 2 speakers done with their presentation, and you can write your questions in our chat box. So we will not prolong it any longer. I will give you the first speaker today. Our speaker, he is a doctor veterinary medicines, uh, second class honors from Kazakhstan University, Bangkok, Thailand. And he is a PhD in veterinary science from Nippon Veterinary and Life Science University, Tokyo, Japan. And he is a graduated with Master of Business Administration Executive Program from Kazakhstan University, Bangkok, Thailand. And our speakers have a professional license with first class veterinarian's license from Veterinary Council of Thailand, Bangkok, animal of scientific purpose license from Institute of Animal for Scientific Purpose Development, Bangkok, Thailand, poultry farm veterinarian's license from Thai Poultry Veterinary Association and Department Livestock Development, Bangkok, Thailand. And right now, last 2nd of March, he got the Thai Board Veterinary Medicine Diplomate from the College of Veterinary Specialties of the Thailand, Bangkok, Thailand. And his professional experience is international registration coordinator in Asia, 1992 to 1994. Veterinary department manager for SI Japan Thailand company, and from 1998 to 2003, Fort Dodge Animal Health Regional Technical Director in Asia, and Fort Dodge Animal Health Company, Science Department Manager for Thailand, in Vey, Thailand, Director of Technical Sales Marketing Vaccines for Asia, 2007 to 2015, Loman Asia Holdings, and last, APAC Technical Director, Poultry Vaccines, Elangco, Thailand. And up to present, he is independent technical consultant for poultry, aquaculture specialist, immunology, and medicine. To present with us, the poultry market outlook recovers. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Tanakrid Lupan Yalerd.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. In this webinar, and so before I will start for my presentation, can you hear me well?
Yes, Dr.
Okay. Then allow me to share my screen. If you can see, just let me know. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
welcome to my session. So the topic is poultry market outlook recovers. So is the poultry industry growing or not? So that is my topic today. And the agenda for my presentation today. So there are 8 parts. So it starts from the first part to let you know, have a background on the global poultry industry introduction. So and then follow to the top facts in the poultry industry. Okay, we come to deep into the poultry industry, and thereafter update information for poultry meat, eggs, and feed industry. And the part four, so I give you the statistic, or I mean information about the human and poultry uh, information fact sheets for some selected country in Asia. So I'm sorry, cannot to show you all the country in the Asia. So just selected for some country only. And then for the following part, so update information for key player in poultry meat industry. Okay, now I will focus only for the meat industry, which is huge, and then most of us are involved on this business. The next part will be the major challenges for poultry industry, especially in for this year, 2022 in Asia, and then followed by the recommendations and also the summary. So that will be my agenda for today. And almost of the information I will collect as I mean the update as much as possible that I can, so that are to let you know. So then we start from the global poultry industry introduction. So in this graph, I show you that the world top terrestrial animal production and consumption in the year 2020. So there are three groups of the major or important terrestrial animal. There are broiler or the chicken meat, and the next one will be a swine, and the last one will be beef and veal. Veal is mean the meat from the young or young cattle. Okay, so if you can see the gray bar, it represent for production. The orange bar represent for the consumption parts. In 2020, so the product. Sorry, someone saying something. Could you please mute first? Then the production will be the million tonnes, okay, the or million metric tons, okay. For the boiler parts, so the production around 100 million metric tons, okay, and for the consumption parts around 100. It's let's say 110.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
What is that?
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Yes, please continue, doctor, because maybe she forgot to mute her microphone.
Okay, yes. Sorry for the interruption. And the swine parts, you can see that with production around 69, but the consumption is almost the same with the broiler. Okay. And the for the beef, it's the lowest part. It's around 60, and then the consumption around 70. Okay. If you can see, the chicken is the richest.
Doctor, you are on mute. Dr. Thanakit.
Sorry, why uh, it automatic come back to mute. Okay, and then the followed by, I mean, the chicken is the biggest parts, and followed by the swine and the beef. But for 2020, almost the same for the consumption between the chicken and the swine. Okay, and the most popular for the chicken, another reason is because the FCR of the chicken is the most efficient among of these three of the terrestrial animal. Okay, so if we look at the FCR, so for the 1 kilo of the chicken meat, so then it we spend around 2 kilogram of the feed. So it means FCR around 2 kilo 1. 1 per 2, okay? But for the pork, it's around 1 per 4, and the beef around 1 per 7. So that in terms of the efficient for the feed, so the chicken is the most, or I mean, the most effective one. Next slide. Now we come to the world broiler meat production and their consumption. But this data it show in the 2019. Okay, so from the over 90% of the global chicken production, it are sold and consumed in the domestic market. It means that for all the country that produce, normally they are selling and they in their own market. Okay, but only the leftover they will sell to outside. Okay, but it only for some country that they have a high capacity for production, so that they can sell to the other country. So among of that, the USA is the first place, which is producing around uh, 20 million tons, okay, of the chicken per year. If we count in the percentage, it's around 20% of the global output. And then followed by the China around 13.8 or 13.9%. And then Brazil around 13.8%. And European Union or EU around 12.6%. So this for the production, okay. And now we come to the our consumption. So again, the USA also consume quite huge of the chicken in the country. So they consume around 16.7. So then they still some have the leftover, so that they can export to some country nearby and to the other country also. Okay. So they consume around 17.5% around the world, and then followed by the China, which consume around 15.9%. You can see from this graph, and then EU around 11.9%, and Brazil around 10.1%, and Russia around 4.9%. So the next slide, I just show you are the world chicken export by the quantity. Okay, so from this part, it will show you only the leftover from the country that I told you that they produce more than they consume in the country. So then they export to the other country. And total amount around 17.2 million metric ton. Okay, which are when we calculate or convert to the US dollar around 31.2 billion US dollar. Okay, and then again, the Brazil is the big share of this part for export. Okay, take account around 23.3%, and then followed by the US 20%, and then followed by the Netherlands 9.6%, Poland 7.7%, and then Thailand 5.2%, and then the remaining for the other country as well. Okay. So, like I just mentioned, that Brazil is the biggest or exporter, and then when we look at the product of the chicken that normally we export, we divide them into three groups. The first group we call the frozen chicken, which means that the store below than 0 degrees Celsius. Okay, so which this part it take account around 68.7% on the of the total, okay, export chicken. And then this part, from this part, it show in the orange color, and the Brazil is represent for the biggest part, which around 33.1% from the frozen chicken. Okay, and then the second group we call the chill chicken. This group preserved at 0 to 5 degrees Celsius. Okay, and then it take account around 19.4% from the total. Okay, and then the world important exporter was the Netherlands. Okay, and then you can see from this part is the gray color, and the Netherlands here, it take account around 18.4% from this group. Okay, the biggest. Okay, and then the next group is the processed chicken, which mean the uncooked or semi or fully cooked. So then we combine to this processed chicken group. Okay, here is represent for the light yellow. Okay, and the country that export. Okay, the most in this group is Thailand, would take account around 11.9% of this group. Okay, oh sorry, which take account around 28.9% from this group. Okay. Now we see the chicken export country. The next part will be the chicken import country. Okay, so then it also still divided for the three group as well. And then you can see for the frozen group, okay, there it take account around 68.7% from the total, and then the chill around 19.1%, and the processed around 12.2%. Okay, from the frozen group, the most important country is China. So China import the frozen chicken. We take account of 7.2% from this group from the frozen chicken. And for the chill or chicken, so it has divided into the region. For the Europe region, so the Germany, it's I mean import the biggest part around 12.4% from the total of the chilled chicken import. And then for the North America, Mexico is the biggest part from this region. So around 18.8%, followed by the Canada around 2.3%. And almost of the North uh, America country, they they import the product from the US. Okay. And then for the processed group, which are account around 12.2%, their important country was the Japan. Okay, Japan import around 26.5% from the total processed chicken in this group, followed by UK for 18.9 and Netherlands around 7.3%. Okay, Germany 6.5% and Hong Kong 3.8% in this graph. Okay. So now I give you the background on the global introduction about the total production, the important country for production, and also for the import country as well. Now I would give you information on the top facts in the poultry industry. So from now on, what it will be and what the forecast from the international organization. So it was said that a growing population and a rapidly expanding the middle class, because right now, especially in Asia and also in the South America, the most region for the rapid expanding for the middle class. Okay, and especially in Southeast Asian country. Okay, so that's why it demand for the poultry meat and also the eggs in Asia, which also driving the world population consumption in this part. Okay, it was forecasted that in the year 20 or 37, the worldwide 35% more demand on the animal protein. So this means the animal protein is mean from the three groups that I show you, from poultry, swine, and the beef. And 20% of the world is from the poultry section, from the poultry sector consumption. And at that year, so the number of the population, it approximately around 9 billion total, which from this 9 billion, 54% of them living in Asia, and which is the most economic growing area. Okay. The next one, the consumer demand are changing when the economies develop further. It's been that if the people they get more money, or when they are expanding to the middle class, so they spend more on the food, and then so that's why they consume more on the meat for all the meat. And then 40% of them it come from the Asia, and the 30% it come from Latin America. Okay, so that's why Asia still it's the huge impact on the world poultry demand in this area as well, in terms of the production and also in terms of the consumption as well. And then the expected increase in poultry production and consumption, the poultry would become the world most consumed meat because, like I just mentioned earlier, why the poultry is popular among of the other terrestrial animal poultry. Okay, so the broiler industry should continue to convert the more efficient, modern, especially for chain, from the less efficient local breed, and then to the more efficient modern or commercial broiler strain in the future. Okay. The next are the South and the Southeast Asian country will be the key global market for the growth. So those country, example, Indonesia, the Myanmar, Philippines, Vietnam, and India. The social concern or the opportunity for the differentiate market because according to the COVID-19 pandemic and also for the other problems, so that's why it changed our life to more concerning to the social concern, and also the other factor, for example, like the food safety, the animal welfare, environment, and the consumer health and local the supply also will be the big trend in the future. I will give you more information for the next part. Okay. The next will be the update information for the poultry meat industry. So focus on the poultry meat industry. First, global. So with the improvement of the worldwide poultry demands, which are forecasted around the 115 million tons. Okay, and the average growth will be around 2% for the poultry meat in this year. Okay, so this is the forecast from the several organization, especially from the Labo banks in the Netherlands. So normally they will make the research and announce for every years. The challenges for the producer will be the managing the demand for the volatility, volatilities, okay, which will shift the channel depending on the COVID restriction. Because now, as you know, that the COVID is make difficulty for the movement of the product. So that's why for the social, concern, they are more important right now. And then the, this will cause a downward pressure on the wet market. So the reduction on the wet market will be increasing in the future. And the movement also will be restriction, okay, which mean that ongoing will shift from the informal to the formal chain and the more processed meat demand. So especially from the, from the application, from the order by the several application which are available at the moment. And now we come to the eggs industry. Okay, the egg industry also, which also will, expanding, but it forecasts that around 2.2% of the egg production in this year, which will forecast around 90.52 million tons in this year. Okay, so, but the projected will be 45% growth in the global eggs market demand in the 2 decades. It means the next 20 years. So the growth of the eggs will be increased around 45% from this year. Okay, and again, it make the huge opportunity for the Asia layer industry. So this is also another of the opportunity. It will become even more important and the manage of the hygiene together with the management of the quality, and also we still are maintaining for the efficacy for the layer egg production as well. Okay, so however, for the eggs, according to the number, it also we have to increase the awareness of the better food safety practice as well, because the more people we have their more income, and then we will concern more on the health, and then of course the food safety will be the next issue for this. And the consumer, they will concern with their food come from and where it has been. So the people will be more concerned on this, and so that's why the company have to better understanding for uh, the company that have to make the product which are acceptable to the consumer. It mean that it should be the healthy and also safety for the customer. The success on the egg industry will come from the highly skilled operator when they can make the small improvement, while the production ample amount of the egg. This means that the number of the eggs per hen is to also have to be improved, and along with that, they also have to be improved on the other the factor as well. The next chapter will come to the feed industry. What will happen? So then, when the number of the animal is increasing, so then the feed production, of course, it has to be increased as well. And it was around 495 million tons in the 2020, and it forecast will be around let's say 500 million tons in this year. Okay, the major part of the production for the feed we divided for the broiler chicken feed and also and for the eggs feed production. Okay, for the broiler chicken feed, take our part bigger than the egg feed production. For the year, sorry, this would be the 2020. The year 2020, we forecast will be around 340 or 1 million tons. Okay. For the global eggs production, we forecasted around 162 million tons for this year. So why? Well, why this figure is come from? We can see this table to show you divided for the poultry feed and also for the poultry layer. So this figure is it's already the the confirmed figure in the year 2019 and 2020. So we focus in the year 2020 for the world. So we are produce around 334 billion tons, okay, in this for this year. And if we look at the Asia Pacific, is take account the biggest parts from the other region. Okay, you can see that. And also for the protein layer, again, the Asia Pacific region also it take account the biggest parts around 77.9 million metric tons, with the total in the world around 160 million tons. Okay, combined together it's around 495 million tons in the year of 2020. Okay, that I just showed you earlier. So that's why the forecasted it come from the information this table. And the next slide. And the next slide will show you on the human population land density in this year. So this is the updated one, which I took from the World Meter website. Okay, the selected country are Bangladesh, China, India, Indonesia, Japan, Malaysia, Myanmar, Nepal, Pakistan, Philippines, South Korea, Thailand, and Vietnam. So just to show you. And you can see that the human population, the biggest country is China. So it's around 1.4 billion, and then followed by India, which around 1.4 billion, almost the same as well. And then we look at for the land. So the China take account are the biggest area, okay, and follow again by the India. And the most important figure I would like to show you is the density. Density is the person number of the person per square kilometer. You can see that the Bangladesh it's very condensed of the high density, which mean around 1,284 person per 1 square kilometer. So that's why it causes it's difficult to find the land for animal production. So that's why in Bangladesh for expansion, it will have some limitation on the land. Okay, so that would like to show you if you compare to the other country, which are around still much below than Bangladesh. Let's say like in China, 145, 54, 54, sorry. And then India are 472. For Malaysia, 100, okay? Japan, 300 plus. And Thailand, 137. Vietnam, 300. Yeah, okay. So that, and then we come to see the poultry meat consumption. So the highest one is Malaysia. So they consume much on the poultry meat. So around 39 kilometer per person per year. Okay, but the other country are still have a lower number. If you we can see from the Bangladesh, with around 1.6 kilogram per person, so it's still huge to expand for the people can consume more on the chicken as well. So it's big opportunity in here or Nepal or Vietnam still have more opportunity. Okay, and for the egg consumption, the per it's the unit kilogram per person per year. So China consume the biggest part is around 20 kilogram of the eggs per person per year. Okay, and followed by the Japan. Okay, which they these two countries they consume the big part of the eggs per person. Okay, and also for Malaysia as well. Okay, it's almost the same number. But for Philippines, Pakistan, Nepal, okay, we still have huge opportunity to increase, and also for India as well. This is the statistic that I got from the FAO stat. Okay. The next will show you the poultry population. Okay, in 2020 in Asia. So the biggest, I mean, the country that they show or they have the number of the poultry, it's China. Okay, you can see that for the breeder, they have around 58 million. Okay, for layer, they have 3,000, around 3,000 million, and then broiler 6,000 plus. Okay, duck around 2,000 plus, and then geese around 660 million. Okay, you can see that. And if we look at the breeder, I mean, followed by China. So in our in our Asian region, so I think Pakistan also, sorry, India is 21 million and Indonesia are 23 million, quite huge number of the breeder. And Bangladesh also is not bad, okay, 13 million, okay. Thailand 12, okay. Philippines around 9, okay. Uh, Malaysia around also 6 million, okay. The commercial layer, okay, followed by China. The next country are also again India, allow 400 million, okay. And then Japan, and also Indonesia, quite huge number of the commercial layer. Okay. Now we come to the meat production for the number of the broiler, followed by China. So Indonesia is the biggest, bigger number, followed by China, and also India, quite huge number, 2,000 plus. Okay, and then 1,000 plus also Bangladesh, Philippines, and also Thailand. Okay, for duck, which are in our region, I think by far China is the biggest country, and also for the geese as well. Okay, so it means these are three group of the poultry. The breeder, the layer, and broiler are the major poultry in our region. Okay. The next will update on the key information in the key player for the poultry meat industry. Okay, the first country it's come to the US, of course, because they are produce and consume more on the chicken meat as well. All right, and then it still have the growth in the United States. Okay, so they forecast around 2.4% increase for this year. Okay, but even they have the lower trade with the China, but they are of course they export the poultry parts to China, not much when compared to the other country like Canada, Mexico, and in that region. Okay, the demand of the retail and the food service still remains strong, so that the indicator expected for the marginally higher growing the cost. Okay, and there not only in the US, in many countries also will face to growing the cost of the production, especially for the feed, and that's why they have to improve for the productivity and the strong export, continue our export to the other country as well. The next country will be the Brazil, which is the important country, the biggest are part of the exporter for the poultry meat. Okay, it's a broiler production forecast estimate around 14.4 to 14.7 million tonnage in this year by the local producer. Okay, local producer association. Okay, and their export would be reached by 3.5% when we compare to the last year. Okay. The next region would be the EU. EU is also important for the producing country, but they are most consumed in the region. So, however, the growth is still slightly around 1% for this year, which are the problem it come from the COVID-19 cases response, which are also in some country, it also have the several avian influenza outbreaks in that area. But because of the COVID-19 report, it's more, I mean, it's more concern than the avian influenza. So that's why now we focus or we listen more on the COVID-19. And nowadays, the new issue would come from the war that everybody know that Russian and Ukraine, it has the big impact for the region at the moment. I will give you more information later. The next one will be the China. China is the biggest country in terms of the produce and importer. Okay. So the broiler production is still slow for this year due to the weak demand and the upturn of the pork production. Because as you know that in China, they also like to consume pork and even, I mean, more than the chicken. So that why before they have the AFS problem in the country, so the number of the pigs dramatically reduced. And right now, they just saw the problem and the upturn of the pork production increased. So that's why people, they are also going to the pork sector as well. And the resting output of the cost, it also will impact to the producer And in China, they also like to consume on the local breed. We call the yellow feather birds. With this part or this group of the breed, it's expected to rise. Okay, it's still continue to rise as well. The most city in China have closed, and then especially for the live bird market before in China in the rural area. So they have several live bird market, but now they are, I mean, they close those market because of the avian influenza and also according to the COVID-19 as well. So that's why the larger producer have to invest more in the chill and the processed market. I mean, instead of the live bird market. Okay, the import still continue, but the trend will be downward. Before they import quite a lot number, but because they increase the local production, so that's why the trend for import of the chicken meat will be decline again, especially in the half of the second half of this year. Okay, but because they like to consume on the feet and the wing of the chicken, they still import from the other country, for example, like from the US. Okay. The next country are India. So India is the big country in Asia, followed by the China, and then they also have quite growth emerges, and we forecast around 5% to growth for this year. However, the feed cost it still remain the big issue for this part because right now, both for the war and also for the COVID-19, it's caused the increase of the feed cost at the moment. Okay. Now we come to the ASEAN country, which are, as I mentioned earlier, so this region, it's considered as the emerging market. So the growth is quite fast, and then the Labo Bank forecast around 3 or 4% growth in the region. But if we look at the country, Thailand and the Vietnam is around 4% growth, Philippines and Malaysia around 2%. This is from the Labo banks. But Thailand have some benefit from the global demand, especially for exporting to Europe and to Japan. Okay, because produce more, and then we have the access or I mean more that we can export to the other country. And the next part will come to the major challenges for poultry industry for this year in Asia. So as you know that a lot of the I mean the challenges has been happened, especially for this year. The biggest part right now is the war between the Russia and Ukraine, and it caused the price of the energy like the gasoline and also for the fuel, okay, for the oil, okay. It's increased quite huge, and it caused the feed cost also, and also Russia and Ukraine produce more on the feed raw material, for example, like wheat, like corn, like soya bean. So that's why, of course, this group of the raw material increase for the price. Okay. The next will be the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay. The next one still remain of the avian influenza outbreak in some region, and also it has weakening global growth at the moment, especially, and also the production costs and the inflation problem, and also the labor problem as well. These are the major causes of the for the poultry industry in this year. Okay. Now, so come to one by one. For the first, the Russian and Ukraine war, everybody know that it huge impact on the global economy into the several sectors at the moment, because these two countries, they are major exporting for the third rank of the world wheat. Okay, so and then uh, also that cause the basic food and the feed ingredient increase for the price. Especially for Ukraine, is the fifth largest global exporter for the wheat. Okay, and export for the maize as well. Okay, so for Russia, um, addition to the raw material, they also export 11% of the global oil supply. That's why it's very huge problem, especially impact to the EU. For Asia, we still have the less impact if we compare to the EU. The oil price, it's increased, and then sometimes it's up to $130 per barrel. Okay, so that, and also Russian also I mean exporting for the natural gases, especially to the EU, which around 34%. Okay, and for these two countries, because they produce for the raw material for the food and the feed, so that they also have still some, or I mean sales if sufficient. And additional to that, so Russia also they export on the fertilizer as well, which the fertilizer is also a cause of the production for the raw material uh, wheat, sorry, like for wheat, for the corn, for a lot of the vegetable. Okay, which take account around 16% of the global trade as well. Okay, so that's why it's quite huge impact in terms of the food and feed costs. The next issue, we just face the problem, and then we just cope for the problem of the COVID-19 pandemic in some region, for example, in the US and also in the EU. However, in the Asia, it still have the several big impact. Even in China, like I just mentioned, they also close in some area, in some big city. And in the Southeast Asian country also is a still impact until right now. Okay, so and also in Thailand, still big or quite a issue for at the moment as well. And for the COVID-19, so it caused the problem because of the restriction and lockdown, and also affect to the production because it blocked to, I mean, for the production, it blocked to the delivery of the product. So that's why the food detail and the food service impact very huge in industry, especially for the wet market or pause for the trade difficulty and disruption on the supply chain issue. Okay, so that's the big issue. But I think if the future, the more on the people that receive for the good vaccination, so the issue will be decreased. So this to show you the updated information on the COVID-19 pandemic for this year. So this information from the 12th of March. So it showed that the for the 452 million confirmed cases still uh, caused by the COVID-19, which it caused deaths around 6 million per people. Okay, reported by the WHO. Okay, and for the vaccine doses right now, it's as of the 6th of March, it's around 10,000 million doses worldwide. So these are geographic picture to show you which area have the more impact on the COVID-19 pandemic. Just for information. The next issue will are for the avian influenza outbreak. Okay, even though right now it's less, or I mean less important or less concern at the moment, but it still have some area, for example, are in the US, in Europe, which are also still have some report on the AI issue as well. Okay. This just the updated for the outbreak of the AI during the 2021 and 2020. Okay, you can see that the most cases happen in EU and some in the US, and also of course in Asia, still spreading in some country as well. Okay, and some also in Africa. Okay, it also have been reported both in animal and also in the human cases, but number of the human cases majority reported in China, but for animal reported in different region, including Africa, America, Asia, and Europe. Okay. For the low pad also, it has been one reported only. Sorry. The next challenge about the weakening global growth, because as you know that, so right now the global economic growth is a decline compared to the a few years late before. It from the world economy forecasted around 4.9% in this year. Okay, and when we compare to last year, which around 5.9, okay, we declined around 1%. Okay, and looking to the medium term, and the growth will moderate or maybe slower than we forecast. Especially right now, we have the big issue on the war, so it could be around 3.3% only. Okay, the survey from the economic forecast Oxford Economics also mentioned that the big problem on the supply chain, it's a huge issue, even bigger than the COVID-19 development, because now you can see that the flight also has been limited. The cost of the flight also it has been increased as well. Okay. The next one are production costs and inflation. Okay. For sure, right now the feed price largely influence in the global price of the poultry meat, and the main cost driver, especially to the impact to the poultry industry. So that's why it caused the food services and than the retail industry. The consumers still uncomfortable for the dining outside. So normally they order from the food delivery application. Okay. And the food service will keep facing several headwinds to continue from this year as well. Okay. So this slide just to show you that the inflation rate. Okay. So after the war, the this is from the US. Okay, the price of the wheat will increase around 12%. The price of the corn already increased around 15%. Okay, so compared to last year. And I give you the example for Thailand. I just collect the information this morning. So for the feed raw material for soya bean, it increased already around 36%. The corn, it increased around 26%. The wheat around 51%. And the feed cost, it increased around 38% already. Okay. This information from the Feed Manufacturing Association of Thailand. And then I also check for the fresh meat in the market. Okay. For the pork meat in Thailand, the price already increased 15% compared to last year. The chicken meat around 7%, and the eggs are increased around 5%. Even these three categories has been controlled by the government, by the commercial government of Thailand. If it's not under control, I think the price will be much more increased than this that I just mentioned earlier. Okay. Then this to give you for the inflation rate, okay, percentage in some selected country in Asia. You can see that are for Pakistan, which are the highest in this group, like 12.2%. Okay, and this information it's from the February of this year. So and forecast from the each quarter for this year. Okay, for next quarter it's increased again for most of the country for the Q1 and Q2 will be increased, okay, when we compare to the last year. Okay, you can see from this table example like Thailand right now is 5.28%, so it will be 6%, then just decline. We hope will be decline in the quarter 4 of this year. Okay, and next one, the labor problem. This also very huge issue, especially for the emerging market country, because the labor availability continue to be worrisome, especially for the poultry industry. It's not actually for the poultry industry, in the pork, for the other, or for the agriculture or livestock industry as well. So which it costs around the COVID-19 requirement, and in many poultry company it have difficulty to find the labor, and also not only in the Western market but also in emerging markets as well that I just mentioned. In Thailand right now, very because the restriction of the foreign country to come in, and then the restriction for the people according to the for the COVID-19 I mean the cases as well. The next part will be the recommendation. Because almost of the factor they have the factor that we can control, and also the something that we cannot control, so that we focus on the one that we can control. So this is for just some the recommendation. So the first one, minimize the overhead cost. Of course, right now we have, because all the costs everything right now, the production cost increased it. So that's why we have to control, especially for the biggest parts which come from the feed. The set the goal and comply the budget. Okay, we have to also follow up. I mean the situation. I mean quite closely. The next one, compare yourself with the other and also gather information. It means that we have to update. I mean very close. Understand your market requirements and try to meet them all. Have a mindset for the change and innovation, so that we have to survive for this environment, because all the country face the same problem for the changes, for disruption, and also for the innovation, and attention to the detail, which are I just mentioned earlier, continuously to improve for the people management skill, and especially for the number of the labor that we have for quite limitation. And the last but not least, around the specialized of our product. Okay, this slide just give you example to show you that how to switch from the standard product to the differentiated product. Okay, so before we have the standard product, okay, which meet for the standard or requirement, and for the social concern, which divided for the niche market. Example, for the food safety market, animal welfare friendly, the environment friendly, the consumer health, okay, and the local we can for the buy local, so that our product, if we can shift from the standard product to the niche market, to the specialized group of the market, if we can do, so that we can increase for the price and we can sell more in that channel. Okay, that's just for some recommendation. This will be my last slide for the summary. The first, the global poultry industry is perfect storm. Okay, so everybody face the same problem. But I mean, for Asia, we still have a good luck when we compare to the EU from the war a problem that I just mentioned. From the several challenging or condition in this year, the industry should prepare for a tough year by having a very disciplined supply strategy. Okay. The next, a mixture of ongoing disruption caused by the several factors. For example, like the war that I mentioned, COVID-19, the substantial avian influenza, and which are they are leading for the higher feed price and the global industry logistic challenges. Okay, so these two will be the big problem for the industry. The producer or trader should expect the competitive market condition and seek opportunity in a new market to compensate for the expected lower volume. Okay, so there is some light at the end of the tunnel. So this problem will continue, but I think will I mean we can have some way to finish for the problem in the near future. The controllable factor required for the focused attention, such as the stronger control of the spreading of the COVID-19 by the mass vaccination take place. Example, it should lead for the gradual recovery of the food service market. Okay, so that will be my last slide. Thank you very much for your attention to everybody. Thank you. Hello.
All right. Thank you very much for Dr. Tanakrid for your interesting topics. So we will proceed to our next presenter. By the way, if you have any questions to Dr. Tanakrid, he will entertain us after the next presenter. So our next presenter, he is Doctor Veterinary Medicines in Shanghai University, Shanghai, Thailand. He is Master Science, Health Science, Shanghai University, Shanghai, Thailand. And he is graduated with a PhD Veterinary Science, Shanghai, Thailand. And right now, he is Diplomate Thai Board of Veterinary Medicine, Bangkok, Thailand. The current positions right now is Assistant Professor in Chiang Mai, Thailand. He is a lot of research and publications in different antimicrobial resistance of Salmonella, isolated from carcasses, processing facilities, and environmental surroundings, small-scale poultry slaughters in Thailand. And he is also one of the publishers of Salmonella enterica sequence type among ASEAN Economic Community countries. And he is also the publishers of antimicrobial resistance of Salmonella isolated processing facilities and environmental facilities. And now I would like to present our speaker for the next topic, pullet management, key to success of layer productions. Please welcome Dr. Sweet Chotaniun. Dr. Sweet, you are in mute.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Good greeting from Chiang Mai, Thailand, and good morning for everyone in this meeting room. And first of all, I would like to thank sir for long introductions. And thanks again for IDEXX Laboratories for inviting me to join this very interesting info seminar. So my topic for talking today is the pullet management, the key success for layer productions. And Dr. Thanakit also talk about the trend, the challenge, and the opportunity about the poultry business already. And you can see your change, you can see your adaptations and the way forward. So this is slide talk about my work, and I don't talk too much because the company also introduced myself already. So the topic I will talk today is for the layer productions from the past to present a little bit in a brief, and how to reach maximum egg production performance, and how to increase the persistence of egg productions, and how to apply our my presentations to the practice. So when compare for the layer production now, you can see this compared with the last 40 years. The egg production is quite higher because of the breeding relations, breeding improvements. At the 40 years ago, the peak production is around 90%, but now for the standard indicators, the peak production is around 96%, but some farm can reach to 98% or 98, 99%. It is normal. It is and can maintain 90% more than nearly 1 year. You can see that it's quite long high productions like this. So it means that we have a chance. We have a high performance breeding already. So, but for in the contrast, when we talk about the improvement to higher productivity, it seems the disease resistance is lower. So we can see the disease that we don't see for a long time occur again. So, and we keep them together in a big house, more than 60,000, more than 80,000 birds per house. So the bird is quite easy to stress, and is more susceptible to the disease outbreak. So for the current situation, Dr. Thanakit also mentioned already about the challenge of the raising of feed costs, especially from the effect from the war of Ukraine and Russia, and the outbreak of the disease in many areas. For example, H5N8, H5N6. Challenge is food safety concerns, and challenge in environmental issue that Dr. Thanakit also mentioned already. I will not talk, so I don't talk too much. So in the last 10 years, around 2003, 2004, this picture, I think many people in this meeting room ever seen these pictures. High mortalities, H5N1 outbreak, and it's caused very high economic loss. So, but now you can see like the picture of this outbreak change. You can see this picture like the H5 influenza outbreak. The mortality is not too high, maybe 1 or 2% per day, but it affects directly to the egg quality and egg productions, and it affects for long times. We still face with this picture at the moment. So because of the low, how to cope with the problem that I mentions for the high cost of the feed productions, for the high cost of the logistic, for the high cost of the gasoline. So it is the external factors that we cannot control. The important thing is that we don't know the end point and we cannot control it. But one thing is we can control is that we control ourselves by control our cost, our production cost, by minimum the overhead cost that Dr. Thanakit mentioned before. And one important thing is that to hire or maintain egg production performance in both of the egg productions and the egg qualities. The key period that is the key point to maximize egg production is in the 4 period. The first one is from day 06 to 5 weeks of age. The second period is from 5 to 16 or 17 weeks of age. And period 3 is during transfer the birth. And period 4 is from transfer to 30 weeks of age, because this period the bird will going to give us the highest productions. So this period I will take point in this period. So when we talk about the maximum performance, a good quality of the layer, it not from the layer house, but it's from the layering periods. We have to go backward. We have to think backward until layering period, bloating period, and the chick qualities. When we talk about the maximum performance, we would like to see the high peak production, more than 98, 96%, 98, 99 is desirable. For 1 year, the bird will give us around 340 eggs per hen for 355 days and proper egg weight. And the mortality is more than 4% if you keep them in the layer house for 1 year, and if you keep them in the layer house for 1.5 years, the mortality should less than 8%. If you would like to achieve these parameters, we have to get the good quality of the pullet. We have to get the healthy pullet and ready pullet. So the indicator is that body weight should be more than 1.5 kilograms, and uniformity of the body weight should more than 90%, and have the higher the bird should have the herd immunity by get the protective antibody levels. If you would like to get this parameter, you have to get a good brooding management. For the good brooding management, what is the indicators? The indicator of the good brooding management is that the one important point is that the body weight at 5 weeks should not less than 450 grams, and proper gut and immune organ development. It is very important. If you would like to get this parameter, you have to implement the very well brooding management, and you have to get the good quality chicks. The good quality chick is that the important thing is that no disease transmission from the parent stock. The body weight should more than 30 grams per bird. 35, 40 is desirable, and the uniform of the maternal antibody levels. So I will talk in each. I will talk deeper in detail in each period. For the period 1, when in this slide we talk backward, but after that we will talk forward from chicks, brooding period, rearing period, and maintain the bird during the high productions for the period ones from 6 to 5 weeks. So we have to placement with the good chicks qualities. What is the indicator? The first one is the chick must be free from the disease transmitted from parent stock, especially Mycoplasma gallisepticum, because of as we know, Mycoplasma is long life infections. When the bird get infection, it's very easy to get secondary infections or easy to get the other disease infections. And important thing is that if the bird get infections, the egg will decline around 20 to 30 egg per bird per years. The good brooding management should be well focused, and what we have to do to target is that the body weight should be 450 grams at the 5 weeks. Because of the body weight at the 5 weeks influence directly to the body weight at the transfer. So when we see the timeline of the growth and organ development of the pullet, we can divide into mainly four parts. The part one is during 1 day to 5 weeks, 1 day to 7 weeks. In this day, the organ of the digestive system and immune system develop in this period. And in the rearing period, around 5 to 15 weeks, the muscles and skeletal frames will develop in this period. And at the 15 weeks of age, it starts the development of the medullary bone and the reproductive tracts. So, and this curve is show that it is the daily weight gain. It means that the daily weight gain or the body weight of the chicks increase very sharp in this area, in this period. So if we can do the weight in this durations, it's easier to do in this period. So as we know, in this for the practice in the brooding management, the housing should be totally clean and should be warm 200 before placement, and we have to prepare everything: waters and feed trays, and the temperature in the house should be around 33 to 35 Celsius degree, and the temperature at the floor should be around 30 Celsius degree, and the light intensity should be around 30 to 50 lux. And in Thailand, it's practiced to turn on the light continuously 24 hours in the first day, like this. And we have to stimulate the chicks to eat the water first and then to give them the feed, because long transportation from hatchery to the house is sometimes quite long. The bird will dehydrate, and so the bird should get the water first. So the chick should be fed. One important is that we have to encourage the chicks to consume to eat the feed 100% within 24 hours after placings, because as we know, the chick has the yolk, but anyhow we still need to feed them at the first day, at the first hour, because of the feed will stimulate the development of the intestinal organs, and 70% of the immune cells located in the intestinal system, so that if we can encourage the intestinal system to develop well, it means that the immune system and the digestive system will properly functions. And as we know, thymus organ, bursa gland develop in this period. Thymus is very important organ to produce T cell in lymphocyte in the lymphatic in the immune systems, and bursa gland produce B cells that are because of the cell that produce antibody. If this organ can develop well, it means that immune system will grow well also. So this video show you the very important of the light. Light in during the first day is very important for the feed intake of the chicks. You can see the lower row and this row. You can see different behaviors. The chick is quite quiet and do not seek feed. It's like this. But if the chicks get enough light intensity, you can see the different activity like this. So light is also important to water consumption also. You can see like this in the lower row of the cage, lower cage. You can see the chicks. So go stay together and calm down, not move to eat feed, not move to drink waters. So you can see very dehydrated chicks like this, and it will affect directly to the growth of the chicks. So why? Because of the we can this slide show you that the development of the villi in the intestinal tracts. If the chicks get the water and diet within 24 after hatching, after placings, you can see 300% of the villi development like this. The depth, they get the depth long villi like this, but the chicks that don't get the water and diet within 24, you can see the flat villi like this. And as we know, the intestinal tract don't consist of the enterocytes, but also the immune cells. For example, Peyer's pad, M cell, globate cells, enterocyte. Enterocyte, as we know, enterocyte is for absorptions or digestions, but the globate cell act as the mucus productions for the innate defense mechanisms. For the Peyer's pad, is the locations of the accumulations of the lymphoid cells. Like this, if the intestine develop well, it means that it's strong immune systems. So for the functions or for the working of the immunity, you can see like this. From 0 to in the first 12 hours of infections, the innate cell will take important part of the defense mechanisms. For example, epithelial cells, dendritic cells, and phagocyte cells like this. Back to this slide, if the lymphoid tissue develop well, it means that immune system will have the good functions. After that, adaptive immunity will work to after that. So the first period, the important is that we have to encourage the chick to eat, and eat, drink and drink and drink. So we have to control about the density. We have to control about the light intensity. We have to control the light durations. We have to control about the temperatures. If the temperature is good, 33 in the first 33 Celsius degree in the first week. So you can see the bird will have the good activity. For the key period too, from 5 to 17 weeks. So this period, I can say this is golden time for promote the potential for good layers. The target of this period is that good frame size, because this period, the muscle and the bird and the bone musculoskeletal will develop well in this period. The body weight at the 17 weeks should be around 1.4 kilograms, and the uniformity of the body weight should more than 90%. And we should get the healthy pullet. Healthy pullet is mean the pullet are free from the disease and have the good antibody level for important disease, for example, Newcastle, infectious bronchitis, and so on. So this picture also shows you that the frame will develop in this period. So this is the golden time to build the good layers. And at the 15 and 16 years old, the medullary bone also develop in this period. So for the body and skeletal growth, why is important? Because of the body frame development is very crucial for the egg production during laying period. One thing is that the glycogen is mainly deposited in liver, muscle, and the vessel, and act as body fluid source when the pullet go to the negative energy balance. When for example, in the highness, in the peak production, some bird cannot eat too much, cannot consume, so it will face to negative energy balance. So it will bring the glycogen that reserve in the body to be the energies. For the purpose skeletal growth is very important because of in the bone we can call the calcium bank. When the bird eat the feed, the calcium will deposit in the morning. In the mornings when the bird eat the feed, so the calcium will deposit at the bone first, and in the night, at night, that bird form the eggshell. The bird will bring the calcium that they deposit to construct the eggshell. So it's very important that we have to build the body frame. It's very important. So we cannot. So if we look like this, we cannot see that how much they about the body condition score. We have to palpate the breast score like this. In the first period, around 5 to 12, the breast score should be around 1 to 2. 1 to 2, 1 to 2 like this. You can see just like they have muscle, pelvic, pectoral muscles like this, and not too much. If they have pectoral muscle too much, is like this, is you score 3. We would like to see the pullet layer. Pullet should be scored around 2. So the two important management for the good frame size is lighting program and the feeding technique. I will not talk about all management, but I will talk about the key management that will affect largely on the good frame size on the pullet qualities. The first one is the light programs, the lighting programs. During brooding period, we give the chicks high light duration and high light intensity like this because of we would like to encourage them to eat and eat and eat. So, and after that we will decrease the light durations gradually. At seven uh, 7 weeks of age, we will give them constant light duration around 9 to 10 hours per day and lower the light intensity from 25 to 5 or 15 lux only because in this period we have to enhance the pullet to eat and use the nutrients for the muscle and the skeletal development, not for the reproduction development. Never increase the day length between 8 to 14 weeks and body weight less than 1.2 kilograms because if we increase day length in this period, it will stimulate the sexual maturities. If we do like this, the sexual will be developed. However, the physical is still not mature. For the feeding techniques is that in this period, the aim of the feeding is that to develop the digestive tract to prepare the bird to eat enough during the laying period. So it means that we would like to see just a big gizzard, a big crop like this. So what we would like to, what technique is that? We use the 5 to 6% of the dietary fibers, and some farm use the non-digest grip. And one thing is that I recommend you to let the feeder empty once a day, 1 or 2 hours. After that, in the midday, maybe in the late afternoon, in the 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. or 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. To let them hungry. When we let the feeder, when we give them the feed, so the pullet will eat very fast, so it will expand the crop and expand the gizzards. But anyhow, should we avoid the overfeeding or energy intakes because it will lead you to face with the fatty liver degenerations. So if we get the good uniformity like this and good body condition score like this and body weight like this, it means that the pullet have the physical maturity already. When we start to stimulate lighting program to stimulate the sexual maturity, all of the birds in the flocks will develop in the same time like this. So what if we don't do like this? You can see like this, the poor quality of the gut. You can see very small bird, We don't know about the weight. We don't know about the breast, about the how their development until we palpate the breast score. So you can see is the breast score is 0. So you can see the improper gut development like this, a small gizzards, a small intestines because of the bad management during the since the growing period. So very small gizzard like this. It means that the capacity of the feed storage in the body is not too high. It is the picture that we would not like to see. So why we have one thing is that why we have to avoid the overfeeding or over energy intake because of during the laying period, because of the if we get the excessive of the energies, it change to be the fat and will deposit into the body cavity and into the liver like this. So liver is very important for the egg production because it's produce the precursor of the egg yolks. Egg yolk is not produced from the ovary. It's produced from the liver and transfer via the blood into to accumulate into the ovary like this. If the liver damage, it will affect directly to the egg productions. And if the fat deposit into the body cavity like this, it will lead to the it is the predisposing cause of the uterine prolapse like this. So for the healthy chickens, we have to control. We have to protect them free from the disease and make them have the higher protective antibody titers. So we have to implement the disease control program to address the healthy chickens. We can protect them by 2 ways. The first way is farm biosecurity and sanitation, and second way is to vaccinate them. We have to do both to make them healthy. So for the farm biosecurity, I will not talk. I won't talk too much because I think it's have no times. But for examples, the source of infections pathogen, we know about the source of infection from the parent stock, from the people, from the car, from the insects, from the hatchery, from the equipment. If we can control and clean them before entering to the farm, it will reduce the risk of the infections. So we have to identify the way of infections and prevent them. So for the vaccination program, vaccination is commonly applied for the prevention and control of the disease. It's widely used in many farms, but in each vaccination program in each area may be different because of the outbreak situations, about the law and regulations. For example, in Thailand, we don't allow to use the avian influenza vaccines, for example. But anyhow, if we do the good, I can say that if we do excellent vaccination program, it cannot guarantee is that the bird will not get infections, but it can reduce the clinical size, reduce the economic loss, reduce the productions, loss of the production, something like this. So one thing we would like to talk in the efficient vaccine is that I think vaccination program in every farm is good, but we have to audit the vaccination technique. the vaccination technique is we can audit into level and actually farm level and retrospective level that see as we know as the serologic monitoring. So this is for examples of the vaccinations audit at the hatchery. For the spraying vaccine, it's the most common problem because I talked with my colleague with that they face with a low antibody titer in broiler or in chickens at the 5 at the 7 weeks. So it's not caused by the quality of the vaccine. It's caused by vaccination techniques like this. We have to, for example, spraying technique. We have to identify the amount of the droplet. So the droplet of the vaccine should be around 100 to 150 micromet, like this for inhalations, for studio inhalations. If too hard, if too big, if too coarse, the chicks cannot inhale the vaccination spray. But if too small, maybe 50%, it will lead to 50 micromet or 60 micromet. It will lead to post-vaccination reactions. So at the farm, we also have to audit this vaccine also by train the people. This the diameter of the droplet of the spray should be 100 to 150 and not walk fast and not walk slow. I recommend you to do vaccine if vaccinate them in the late evening, because they eat already, they lay already, they relax and they late up. In this that I recommend this. And if you vaccinate by the eye drop, you have to check the vaccination technique by look at the color of the tongue. When we take around 100 birds, it should have 100 birds that have the blue tongues, blue color at tongues. So as I said before, I think vaccination program in every program is good, but the most commonly problem is vaccination technique. For example, this is the intramuscular injections, but it is in the subcutaneous, and it leads to infections like this, abscess like this. For the antibody level is so for the antibody levels, we have after we vaccine them, the thing that we would like to see is that the high antibody level. So we have to check it because of the antibody level is directly correlated to the disease protection level. For example, for the HI titer for Newcastle disease like this, if for the low titers, the mortality, for example, log 2, the mortality is maybe 100%. If around 9, is no drop in production, no death, it means that it is the destroy antibody levels that we would like to see when the bullet moved to the layer house. So we cannot check by our eyes. We have to check by zero titers, zero surveillance. So I recommend you to routinely check for the pullet before transfer. The antibody titer should be adequate to protections. As I said before, HI titer should be around 9 to 11. Log 2 or ELISA should be around 1 10,000, and the uniformity we can see we can take a look at the CV. It should less than 30. It should less than 30. The lower percent of the CV is mean that the herd immunity is good. This is for example of the use of the zero surveillance to check the quality of the bird for the infectious bronchitis. The geometric mean or the average mean should be not less than 6,000. This flock is around 12,000. Is good. It's good. It's quite good, and the percent CV is quite less than 30. It's quite good like this. This is the picture that we would like to see. Have a good high, good protective antibody titers. And the percent CV or the uniformity of the immune antibody titer is quite important because of if it will affect directly into the vaccine response. This picture shows you if the flock has different antibody titer. When we vaccinate them, it will respond differently. So during the drying period, we have to protect them completely from the disease. For example, infectious bronchitis, Newcastle disease. For example, this layer faced with the lower productions, and from the necropsy and from the retrospective study, this layer got infections with the infectious bronchitis at 3 weeks of age. They also recover, but this is the consequence of the disease. The virus destroy the oviduct completely like this. So for the key period 3, transfer for laying transfer the pullet to the laying house. The target is that to reduce the stress during the transfer period, because this period will lead the pullet get very high stress and encourage the rapid adaptation to a new environment and encourage them for the water consumption. The time that I recommend you to transfer is around 16 to 17 weeks of age, and take time fast as possible. The key management is that we have to around 1 to 2 weeks before moving, we have to adjust the light intensity and the light hours nearly match with the layer house. For example, from 10 hours to 12, and increase the light intensity from 5 to 20 lux like this. And the feed withdrawal before departure should not exceed 6 hours, because it will lead them to more stress. And one important thing is that we have to vaccinate them 1 week, especially for the Q vaccine, 1 week after we transfer them. Because if we vaccinate them today and the day after tomorrow, or tomorrow we move them, the pullet still get hurt from the vaccine, and they will come down, get down, and don't want to move, and it's hard to adjust to a new environment. The bird will not go to drink water. The bird will not go to eat the feed. So the bird will not cannot adjust to the new environment, and it will lead to the culling during the first week or first month. For the period 4, laying period transfer until the 30 weeks. This period also very important because the bird still grow, and the bird still give the bird have to give us higher productions, and the peak production is in this period around 26, 27, 28 week of age. And this period also the bird egg weight is also increase. So we have to make a management that cover this period. The target is that to encourage feed consumptions. How? So we have to use the lighting programs. We increase the light hours 1 hour per week until 15 hours at the light at the 50%, and after that we give them 16 hours of light until depleted. And some farm that faced with the hot climate, we can use the midnight feedings. Midnight feeding should be done when we turn off the light. After we turn off the light in the night around 4 hours, because we will let the feed from the crop from the gizzard down to the lower intestines. And one important thing is that we have to calculate the feeder space like this, because in the cage you can see like this. You can see not every bird can in the cage can go to the feed at the same time. So we have to calculate the feeder tray not less than 7 centimeters per bird like this. So, but important thing is that not to give them high light intensity like this, because it will lead to the cannibalism. So I would like to address the very important thing is that the quality of the water is very important, because of the many farms use the underground and groundwaters as the drinking waters, and we flush the waste, we dry the feces on the soils, and when the rain coming down, I will let them to contaminate to the underground waters, and the water will contaminated with the many kind of bacteria, salmonella, clostridiums, E. coli, and will lead to the intestinal infection or enteritis like this. Not only for the wet water quality, but also the biofilm in the pipeline. We have to flood them regularly. We have to treat water before use, because of Clostridium infection is very, I can say, is quite important and outbreak in many farms like this. When the disease occur, when the Clostridium occur in your farm, it will destroy the mucosa of the intestine, and the toxin from the Clostridium will destroy the liver like this. As we know, liver is the key organ to produce yolk. So if the liver damage, it will damage directly to the egg quality, not only for the egg yolk but also for the albumin, because proteins is produced from the liver. This picture shows the bird that get infection with the Clostridium. You can see loss of the feather. You can see low quality of the eggshell, low quality of the internal eggs, and undigested feed, undigested feces like this. Oh, may I talk for the last slide? If we talk about the good quality of the layer chickens, it's not from the layer house. It's from many parts, from pullet, from the transfer, from the chicks. For the chicks, we focus on the brooding and feeding management. For the pullet, we focus on the body shape development, physical development, not reproductions. During transfer, target is that reduce the stress and encourage water consumptions. If they can drink, if the bird can drink the water, the bird will can adjust to the new environment very quickly, and the bird will eat the feed. And during transfer to 30 weeks, how to encourage feed consumptions, that the bird can get energy, get protein enough for growth, enough for high productions, enough for pre-productions, enough for increased egg weight. It is really important. So thank you very much. I use the time uh, that I uh, request. Thank you very much.
Okay. If you have any question, please type your question in chat box or unmute your microphone to ask a question, please. Okay, we have one question from Dr. Mustafa. How frequently required to audit vaccination in a layer farm or hatchery? I think this question is for Dr. Sweet.
Okay, how often we would like to we have to check for the for the vaccination technique? I think uh, every time we vaccine, we give the vaccinate them. So we have to train them. It has two levels. One thing is that about the farm, about the staff levels. Staff level, for the staff that vaccinate them, uh, that have a duty for do the vaccination, they have to audit themselves. They have to audit themselves. But for the supervisors, I think 2 months, every 2 months is okay.
Thank you,
But
Dr.
for,
Sweet. Yeah,
but
sorry.
for the serological seroprofile, I think every 3 or 4 months is okay.
Any question, please? If we don't have more question, I will finish for the morning session and take a break for 1 hour. We will back in the we will back at 1 p.m. Bangkok time. Okay.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you
Bye
for your
bye. See you
attention.
in afternoon
Thank you.
session.
Thank you ดร.ไก่ครับสวัสดีครับพี่ไก่
ครับ สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับพี่ไก่สวัสดีครับ พี่บอยสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
Thank you very much, Dr. Hanakri, Dr. Sweet.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, have a nice day. Bye-bye.
ให้ใครดี
น่าจะหมดแล้ว
เอ้ยที่บ้านจบเรคคอร์ดก่อนดีมาก
ดีครับ
ดิสมิสใช่ป่ะ
ครับ
แล้วก็เรคคอร์ดใหม่จะมีอีก2เรคคอร์ดจะมีอีก2เรคคอร์ดใช่ไหม
มันก็จะมี2เรคคอร์ดนะพี่อัน
ดิสมิสใช่ป่ะ
ครับ
ฮัลโหลค่ะ ขอเทส
ครับ
ไมโครโฟนหน่อยได้ยินไหมคะ
ได้ยินชัดครับผม
โอเคค่ะ ขอบคุณค่ะ
ครับผมไม่เป็นไรครับ
Good afternoon, everyone. We will start our afternoon session after 12 minutes.
Okay, Marvin, we can start the afternoon session now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of IDEXX Poultry Day webinar, a webinar series for poultry industry and technologies. As we have a session early in this morning, we have a lot of interesting topics, and right now we have two interesting topics again, and I would like to present to you our first speaker for this afternoon. She is Doctor Veterinary Medicine, second class honors in Chiang Mai University, Chiang Mai, Thailand. He is a graduate of Master Veterinary in Public Health, Ferry Universität Berlin, Germany, and Chiang Mai University, Thailand. She is also Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, Public Health in Food Safety in University of Veterinary Medicine, Vienna, Austria. And she is also the Diplomate Thai Board of Veterinary Medicine, the Veterinary Council of Thailand. Uh, the, the the current positions or the current work experience right now of our speakers is an instructor in the Chiang Mai University, Chiang Mai, Thailand. She is also a lot of research and publishing topics in different poultry productions. One of those is occurrence of extended spectrum beta-lactam producing E. coli in broiler farm workers and farm environment. So I would like to introduce to you our next and very own speaker for this session.
Thank you very much.
Natakarn, why not? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Did you hear me well?
Yes, yes.
Very
Thank
clear.
you. I'll share my slide. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me for this event today, and it's my great pleasure to be with you all. And I hope that I will not let you fall asleep in this nice afternoon. So first, I want to start talking about the Newcastle disease and update some epidemiology data, diagnosis, and prevention. Okay, this is the outline of my talk about Newcastle disease. We start from virus taxonomy, classification of NDV genotypes, epidemiology and distribution, and then touch a little bit on clinical sign post-mortem. Then go further for diagnosis and finish with vaccinations and immunity of the NDV. Okay, I think most of you already know that Newcastle disease is a very old disease. It was first reported officially almost 100 years ago, and until nowadays it's still very important because it cause of high mortality, high morbidity, cause of production loss, and also we have to spend a lot of money on outbreak eradication during the past 20 years, past 30 years, and also we also affect a lot on trade restriction if the disease happen in our countries. So the OIE, or World Organization for Animal Health, already lists this Newcastle disease virus as the OIE list of, in the OIE list of notifiable diseases. That means that we have to, the member countries of the OIE has to report the status of the countries regularly into the WAHIS system of the OIE platform. Then our veterinarian can access to the OIE websites and to see the situations of the Newcastle disease outbreak all over the world. Okay, and about taxonomy of Newcastle disease virus, It is in the family of Palamyxoviridae in the genus of autoabulavirus. I think most of you may familiar with Palamyxovirus, and now we start more and more familiar with the name of autoabulavirus. If you look at the structure of the virus, you can see that there is a surface protein which is quite important. It's called hemagglutinin neuraminidase, which is this one, the green one, and the fusion protein called F fusion protein. So in this Newcastle disease virus, there are 6 structural proteins that is important. And before I go to that, I have to remind again that this virus is RNA virus with envelopes. So it has envelope make it sensitive to many types of disinfectants. But as it is RNA virus, it is very easily to evolve or cause some mutations. So we have faced with new variants for the past 10 years. So come back to the structure of the virus. The virus infection starting from the hemagglutinin neuraminidase protein. So this protein will help the virus to attach with the host cell. After attachment, the F fusion protein will fuse the virus cells with the host cell and then release its viral DNA, viral RNA, which is L protein, NP protein, and P protein. So after they replicate the virus in host cells, they need to release the new progeny out to the environment. At this point, they need M or matrix protein to shape the virus and to pack to be a newly assembled virus and ready to infect other animals. So I want you to know that F protein, HN protein, and L protein is very important and associated with the virulence of the virus. Especially F protein, we use this one as a molecular marker to identify whether it is a virulent strain or not virulent. Okay, so within the genus autoabulavirus, there are 9 species of the autoabulavirus, but only one, as you can see in this purple color, only one species responsible for Newcastle disease virus. So the one that responsible for Newcastle disease virus is in the species avian autoabulavirus 1, and the virus name is avian palamyxovirus. And the virus abbreviations that you usually see in publication is APMV1. So for this Newcastle disease virus, there are many synonym names. So you just have to recognize it that it is the same. So some may call it avian autoabulavirus 1 or AOAV1. And formerly, somebody called it avian abulavirus 1 and also avian palamyxovirus 1. And we can see that all Newcastle disease virus isolates are serologically grouped into one group of avian autoabulavirus 1. It means that they had some fairly similar antigenic properties shared among all NDV isolate. So it implies that the immunity can be induced, that induced by any NDV strain should be able to cross-protect against the challenge with other virulent strain, more or less. And within this species, within this member of AOAV1, they can also further genetically classify it into 2 major genetic groups, which we call class 1 and class 2, based on the F fusion protein. The class 1, mostly they're responsible for our virulent strains. In this picture is grouped at the bottom here. So the class 1 consists of only one genotype, and the rest of the genotype up here belongs to class 2, which is responsible for my 2 virulent strain, except only some genotype like genotype 1, 2, and 10 that will not cause the virulence. So we move to epidemiology of the Newcastle disease virus. As I said, that it's first report almost 100 years ago in Asia and in European countries, and then it spread to the rest of the world. But at that time, it spread quite slowly and took about 20 years. That might because at that time, the transportation is not as good as today. And after that, the second round of parasitic occur and take shorter times, let's say only 4 years, it spread very widely. And after that, the third round is in the period of 1980s. I think this is about our age, our time. So we find that the cause of the parasitic is caused by genotype 6. And that first occur in racing pigeon, and then it eventually distribute to several bird species. And then after that, at the late 1980, some parasitic occur again, but at this time the genotype is changing. It's changed to genotype 7, and this genotype 7 still very important nowadays. Until today, we call it like fifth time of parasitic. We found that the Newcastle disease virus is already spread to all continents and become endemic disease in different continents, almost all continents in this world. And this genotype 7 also divide and evolve into subgenotype 7.2, 7H, and 7I. So when we look at the RAHIS system of the OIE, we can see that the status of Newcastle disease in different countries that they report into the system. We can see that Newcastle disease is distributed quite all over the world, with majority is here and here in our Asia. And this information is accessed at beginning of this month. So the green colors show that they report the absence in the countries, and the red color is presence of the disease in the countries. And this picture show you the outbreak that occurred from 2017 to present. So the circle symbol is responsible for domestic bird, and triangle is wild bird. And you can see that most of the outbreak occur in domestic birds. One more important thing that we have to know that not all NDV has to report to the OIE. The OIE only require the NDV virus that classify as virulent to be reported. So in order to comply with the OIE standard, then we have to identify our NDV isolate, whether it is virulent or not. So how to do that? We can do in the two major ways. The first one, we can do molecular-based assays by looking at the F cleavage site of the F gene and to see whether it is polybasic or it is monobasic. If it's polybasic, it is virulent, and altogether, you have to look at the amino acid position 117, whether it is phenylalanine or not. Then if you have polybasic F cleavage site and phenylalanine at position 117, then it is virulent strain. Or you can do pathogenicity assessment test, which I show here. There is a three major tests that we can use. The first one is mean death time. We do this mean death time in 9 to 10 day old embryonated chickens and observe how long will the embryo dead and report as the time. So if the embryo dead within 40 to 60 hours, it will be considered as virogenic strain. And next one is, I think it's the most popular one among the pathogenicity assessment tests is the intracerebral pathogenicity index, or ICPI. We do this one in 1 day old SPF chicks, and the score is ranking from 0 to 2. If you get the score more than 0.7, it will be considered as a virulent strain. And the last technique is less popular than the ICPI is IVPI, or intravenous pathogenicity index. And this one we do it in 4 to 6 week old SPF chicken, and we have a look at the score. If it's over than 0.5, it will be considered as virulence. Now, when we look at the host range, we can see that Newcastle disease virus is affect very broad host range of birds. At least 241 species are known to be infected by this NTP virus. With the most susceptible is chicken, pigeon, and turkey. That's why this disease is very important in our commercial poultry production. And when you look here, the reservoir of the virulence NDV, you can see that many reservoir is very close to our farm. For example, the wild birds, backyard chicken, geese, ducks, and even exotic pet birds that kept close to our farm could be a source of NDV. So it's quite important to, if possible, monitor the occurrence of the NDV around your setting. And it is already clear that if the continuous multiplication of the lentogenic NDV is occurred several times, or we call it several passages of the virus, if it infects one chicken, another chicken, it is likely to evolve from lentogenic strain into virulent strain. So the infections in wild bird cannot be neglected. And there is also some evidence that the wild birds and domesticated avian species already share the same strain. That means there is some exchange occur between these wild animal and domesticated avian species. There might be some ecological contact point that both of them share together. So the exchange of the virus can occur. So the lentogenic from the reservoir like wild bird or backyard chicken can transfer to our commercial chickens, and after some passage, then it can emerge as the virulent NDV strain and cause the economic impact later on. For clinical diagnosis, this disease affects two different organ systems like nervous system, respiratory system, gastrointestinal system, and as well as reproductive system. So if chicken infect with this virus, their health would be very bad. So what clinical sign we can see from NTP virus? We can see sudden death, respiratory signs, nervous signs. We can see greenish watery diarrhea, and we can see the drop in egg productions and also drop in quality of egg. And when we look at the postmortem lesions, so we can see the respiratory lesions like swollen head. We have hemorrhage in respiratory tract. We have some hemorrhage in gastrointestinal tract as well as in reproductive tract. So the differential diagnosis of the Newcastle disease virus, the first disease that we worry about is highly pathogenic avian influenza, because the clinical sign is quite similar as well as the postmortem lesions. And we can also differentiate differential diagnosis with the disease from respiratory tract like IB or ILT, and also some other diseases. So for diagnosis, we can do clinical diagnosis as well as laboratory diagnosis. For laboratory diagnosis, we have several methods that we can select to confirm the presence of the virus. First, we have a look together with me on the clinical diagnosis. For clinical diagnosis, we have 5 forms of Newcastle disease virus. The first one we call virogenic viscerotropic Newcastle disease. So this one causes high mortality and high morbidity rate, and almost 100%. And the clinical signs will cover respiratory signs, gastrointestinal signs, also neurological signs. And you can see some lesions in different organs. For example, in GI tract, you will see hemorrhage or throughout the GI tract, especially at the proventricular gizzard junctions and also at the cyclotonsins. And also some necrotic foci in spleen, liver, and gut-associated lymphoid tissue. And if you are a pathologist, you may have to look for the necrosis and hemorrhage in spleen and Peyer's patch, and also perivascular cuffing in the nervous system. So this one is very violent. The second one is virogenic neurotrophic ND. So this one will not show gastrointestinal signs. You will mainly see the symptom or clinical sign in respiratory tract, and for the neurological signs like head twisting or paralysis. When we do postmortem, we often see nothing for this one, but if you do the histological finding, you can see necrosis of Purkinje fiber and also perivascular cuffing, which is two responsible for the neurological signs. And the third one is misogenic ND. This one very low mortality rate, but still have some clinical signs, but only mild to moderate respiratory illness, and maybe some drop in egg productions, some neurological signs, but gastrointestinal sign is not really clear. And again, postmortem lesion may be absent. And the fourth one is lentogenic ND. This one leads to mild clinical disease. Also no gastrointestinal signs. So for this lentogenic ND in adult chicken, you may see no clinical sign at all, but it may cause some respiratory signs in young or in chicks. Postmortem may be absent. And the last one is asymptomatic enteric ND. This one is completely avirulent, but you can see the replication of the virus in gastrointestinal tract after infected chicken. But from all of these five group of the clinical diagnosis, we cannot really confirm that it is Newcastle disease virus or it is maybe highly pathogenic avian influenza. So we need laboratory diagnosis to help us confirm. So the first technique is the virus isolation. This technique is a gold standard for Newcastle disease viral diagnosis. But since it is very laborious, you need a lot of equipment. You need an embryonated egg or even primary cell culture to isolate the virus. So you need technician skill, and also this technique is very time intensive. So we usually use these techniques as validating techniques for other detection methods. But if you want to do virus isolations, you can take different sample. For example, in live bird, you can take fecal swab samples, or feces, or tracheal or oropharyngeal swabs. If dead bird, you can take feces sample as well as pool organ sample. The second group of laboratory diagnosis is serological test. This one is very popular and very easy to do and very useful because these serological tests can be used for diagnosis for surveillance by assessing the humoral immune response. So you can see the level of antibody after vaccinations to evaluate your vaccination program or vaccination techniques. And if you already have your baseline titer and you found that at some point you found sudden rise of the titer, then it might indicate that your flock may be exposed to the few NDV strain, or maybe infection occur in your flocks. So the first technique for serological test is hemagglutination inhibition test, or HI. As we see in the structure of the virus has HN protein. This HN protein can attach to red blood cells, so it will cause hemagglutination. But if your chicken has antibodies, antibody will bind to the virus and red blood cell will freely fall down into the bottom of their well. So you can see hemagglutination inhibition here. This technique is usually considered as inexpensive techniques, but if you look into the method, you may see that there is some cost hiding behind, which is not directly to the test, but maybe you have to pay for SPF chicken to provide this red blood cell. And if you have to raise your own chicken, you have to feed them, you have someone to taking care of them, so it leads to feed costs and labor costs, and you need technician skill to prepare the 1% red blood cell. If you prepare it in the different concentrations, higher or less, so the false positive or false negative results may be occur. And the prepare 1% red blood cell can be used only 5 days. You have to re-prepare it again and again. Then from this technique, you can see that you need at least 1 day to prepare 1% red blood cell to be ready to test in the next day. So if you are in the urgent, maybe it's not really appropriate to use this one unless you prepare to test it every day. And when you're reading to the results, there might be difference from laboratory to laboratory. Some laboratory use complete inhibition of hemagglutination, like this one, as a cutoff. But some lab may use incomplete inhibition of hemagglutination, like this one, as a cutoff. So it's not always comparable between laboratory to laboratory because it's mostly based on the human eyes. And if you use these HI techniques, you should not change technician frequently. Otherwise, your result will be very swing. Then the next test is ELISA. ELISA is more and more popular nowadays because it is a rapid diagnosis. Many companies develop the test, try to increase the sensitivity and specificity, and to make it very well correlate with the HI test result. So it's quite popular more and more nowadays. And in this ELISA techniques, we can, some company can produce a kit that use the whole virus as an antigen. So it can potentially detect antibody directed against the protein in the NDV particles. And we can also use it as a powerful diver to differentiate the vaccinated and non-vaccinated and infection. And the third technique is viral neutralization test. This one is the most superior tool for assessing and neutralizing antibody titer following vaccinations. But this technique quite highly laborious and take a lot of time, so it's not really popular. Then we go further for molecular-based assay. Nowadays, it is very popular because it's very rapid, sensitive, and cost-effective alternative to the conventional method that I previously mentioned. And many laboratories apply this molecular-based assay as a routine diagnosis for Newcastle disease virus. The first one is reverse transcriptase PCR. Since the virus is RNA virus, so we have to reverse it into DNA, and then we can run PCR. So the OIE already recommend to use this reverse transcriptase PCR together with sequencing in order to identify the infections and also the pathotype of the virus. So this technique focusing on the conserved gene of the NDV, which is fusion protein and HN gene. So the F gene and HN gene is the target. And then after identification of the fusion genes, we can do sequencing, or we can do analysis of amino acid compositions at the F cleavage sites in order to identify whether it's virulent or not virulent. And this technique is very suitable if you have a lot of number of samples. Oh, okay. Next technique is quantitative PCR or qPCR. So this technique allows you to know the concentration of the virus in your samples, we can use these techniques to screen for screening and pathotyping directly from the clinical samples. Very high sensitivity and specificity. This method usually based on the M genes and F genes of the virus. But one thing that you have to consider, since it is the RNA virus again, it's likely that the new strain may occur. So you have to update your primer and probe periodically in order to cover all possible mutants that may arise in the field. And the next technique we call LAMP, or loop-mediated isotomal amplifications. This technique is a strand displacement reaction that forms the stem in a loop structure to make it easier to attach to the regions. And we will use technique to detect 4 to 6 regions during amplification reactions. And you can read the results by your naked eye by seeing different colors change. And some even recommend this technique as the at farm site technique because you need only primer, DNA polymerase, and water bath because they need only isothermal. It means only one temperature in the procedure, so you don't need thermocycle on site. That make it inexpensive, rapid, and high sensitivity and high specificity. And there are also some many other techniques that can be used. For example, microarray hybridization techniques. This technique allows you to detect multiple pathogens as well as multiple pathotypes at the same time by designing the probe, the hybridization probe on your plate like this. So this technique even allows you to detect the mixed infection of Newcastle disease virus as well as avian influenza virus for H5 and H7, which is the important subtypes of the AI. And the next one is biosensor diagnostic. This one, the principle is this one is try to converting biomolecular interactions into measurable signals. So maybe some biomolecular marker can be used to develop this biosensor diagnostic, but it's not yet popular because this method is quite sensitive to environment like temperature or light, for example. And the next one is next generation sequencing or NGS. This one is very useful. We can use it to detect and differentiate the mixed infections. We can also study the genetic diversity. We can track the evolution of the new strain virus as well as we can discover a new one. While the previous technique, you need to know the primer, what primer you want to use. But for this next generation sequencing, you just sequence everything in your samples. Then you have a chance to discover a new variant or a low frequency variant that never reported before. And we can also use this technique for tracking the disease epidemics. But still some drawback because nowadays next generation sequencing is still costly and you need bioinformaticians to interpret the results for you if you want to have it in your own labs. But there is still an option for you. If you want to use this technique, you can submit it to external company to analyze the sample for you, to do both sequencing and analysis. And the last one is random priming technologies. This one is try to fix the drawback of the previous molecular-based techniques. So instead of the exact primer, they try to random amplification of the genomic RNA to achieve. So they amplify the different segments of the RNA and try to achieve full genome coverage. I think that's all for the diagnostic test. And this table show you the recommend OIE diagnostic test for Newcastle disease virus. So based on your proposed whether you want to detect the freedom to confirm the freedom of infection in your flocks, you can select the test that recommended by the OIE. So if you see the 2 plus or the 3 plus, both are recommended to be used. Okay, and for prevention and control, for Newcastle disease virus, you need good vaccination program, good vaccination technique, but not only vaccine can help you. If you do only vaccination and ignore other things, then you will get the infections in your flocks. So you need more intense biosecurity in order to prevent entering of the Newcastle disease virus into your farms, as well as you must design your serological monitoring. If the virus comes in your farm, then you can detect it very fast and can control the disease. Okay, I will touch a little bit on vaccinations. So the aim of vaccination is, of course, to try to prevent the infections, try to prevent disease and losses, and prevent the virus shedding. So the ideal NDV virus, the NDV vaccines, it must produce immune protection without causing the disease. They must have less reactions from the vaccines on the animals. The immunity should be long-lasting, and the immunity should be at least inhibit the shedding of the virus into the environment. So the vaccine that we use, the first group is conventional vaccine. The first one is live attenuated vaccines. This live attenuated vaccine usually produced from genotype 1 and genotype 2, which is low or intermediate virulence. And this live attenuated vaccine can stimulate both CMI and HMI immunity. So we can start the live attenuated vaccine by using the lentogenic NDV strain that we're very familiar with is Lasota and B1. And then we can do a booster also with mesogenic NDV strain. So this vaccine is very suitable for mass vaccinations because it is not expensive. The chicken can also shedding the vaccine strain a little bit, so it can produce a good herd immunity. But there are still some drawbacks. For example, this low virulence or intermediate virulence from time to time, and in some cases, they can potentially reverse back to the virulent strains and cause clinical disease. And as it is a live attenuated virus, it's still alive. So it can induce post-vaccination reactions, for example, for respiratory reactions. And since we use the genotype 1 and genotype 2 to produce these live attenuated vaccines, but the disease outbreak or disease occurrence in the field is usually come from genotype 7. So this vaccine is not able to stop the shedding completely of the virulent NDV in the field. So we can see the continuous presence of virulent strain in the environment. The second one is still conventional vaccine. It is inactivated vaccine. This one is safe, no risk to reverse back to virulence, but it is a poor inducer for cell-mediated immune response. And if you do inactivated vaccine, you need to administer individually by parenteral route, so you need a lot of labor and times. And even it is already dead, they need adjuvant to preserve its properties. So this adjuvant may cause some undesirable reactions to your chicken. The next group is DNA vaccines. The DNA vaccine is trying to improve the effectiveness of the inactivated vaccines. This one is safe alternative vaccine platform. We can also enhance its effectiveness by using the nanoparticle as a vehicle for the DNA vaccines. But still, the cost of production is quite high, and it's similar to the inactivated NDV vaccine that you cannot do the mass vaccinations. You have to do the injection. And sometimes it's very easy to degrade by nucleus enzymes in the body, and then therefore it may occur that the vaccine cannot reach the final destination. And the next group is much more popular is the viral vector vaccines. This group of vaccine is very common and very popular. The most common vector that we usually use is fowlpox and herpes virus. So we have fowlpox and herpes as a vector, and we insert the genome of some part of the genome of the NDV virus, and this vector will work as a factory to produce the specific protein of the NDV virus, and that protein can cause humoral immunity, while the vector can induce the cell-mediated immunity. And the vector such as herpes virus, it can be persist as a latent infection in chicken, so they can produce quite long-lasting immunity. But some drawback is if you want to use the vector vaccines, your chicken should not have antibody of the vector. Otherwise, the vector cannot work and the vaccines will not effective. So for the last two group of the vaccines, the first one is virus-like particle vaccine. It is the particle that have the morphologically very similar to the virus, but it cannot be replicated. So they cannot spread, they cannot cause the reactions after vaccinations. And the last one we call NDV reverse genetic based vaccines, or we can call it genotype matched NDV vaccine. So we use the strain that cause outbreak in our countries and use it to produce as a vaccine, but with less virulence. So we want to use this one in order to try to stop shedding of the virulent strain in the environment. Okay, that is all for the ND. I think I'm go on with the avian influenza virus. Anyone still be with me? Okay.
Yes,
Did you
doctor.
hear me well? Okay, great. So I will continue with the avian influenza update. The similar structure of presentations for this one. So avian influenza is quite new. It just emerged maybe 50 years ago for the first report, but the results of the infection is quite similar to the Newcastle disease virus. High mortality, high morbidity, production loss, and that cause to eradications, and also have the trade restrictions effects of the virus. So the OAE require you to notify them if there is H7 and H5 subtype of the avian influenza in your country, regardless of their pathogenicity, because the low pathogenicity of H7 and H5 can be mutated and become a highly pathogenic virus. So this avian influenza is in the family Automyxoviridae, or we call type A influenza virus. The virus structure is a little bit similar to the Newcastle disease, but they have both hemagglutinin and neuraminidase as an important structure, and we use these to identify the subtype of the avian influenza virus. So nowadays in poultry, we can find at least 16 hemagglutinin and at least 9 neuraminidase. So for avian influenza virus, we can classify into low pathogenic and high pathogenic strain. So the high pathogenic strain is the strain that can induce ICPI score greater than 1.2, or over the 10 days period of times, if the mortality rate is over 75%, we can consider that strain or that outbreak as caused by HPAI. So now HPAI strain is S5 and S7 subtype. The subtype that we worried about is S5N1, S5N6, S5N8, S5N9, S7N9, and still many to come in the future. And for the host range, unlike Newcastle disease virus, avian influenza virus can have a very broad host range, not only birds, but also some mammal, as well as human. So it is not only OAE concern, but it's also WHO concern. And the most susceptible species is chicken. Okay, so and this picture show you the host range of the influenza virus A. Human can also infect swine, poultry, equine, sea mammal, and bats. And you can see that domestic poultry and waterfowl shorebird. We can find H1 until H16 and N1 until N9. So most of the subtype can be found in these two animals. So it is likely that this too is a source of infection to other animals too, and of course human too. Okay, for epidemiology, we found first avian influenza outbreak in mid-1990. The outbreak of HPAI H5N1 in southern China, and then it spreads across East and Southeast Asia before it go on to spread to other continents. And at that time, it's quite catastrophic. You can see human case report in news, and also many poultry has been culled at that time. And then 10 to 20 years later, several subtypes of HPAI has emerged. H5N1 is still there, but a new subtype occur like H5N6, H5N8, and H5N8 is first recognized in South Korea. And this period of time make East Asia as a hotspot of highly pathogenic avian influenza. And then later on it spread intercontinentally and go all over the world. So during the 15 years period of 2003 to 2018, a total of 68 countries already report the SPI outbreak, and more than 15,000 outbreak were reported from domestic birds. And many countries also report a human case, and human case of H5N1 can cause very high case fatality, can be up to 50%, which is very high. So now, what happened now? So last year, only in last year, 61 countries report SPAI in their countries, and more than 5,000 events. And in our neighboring country like Cambodia, Vietnam, and Laos, only in last year, 86 events already has been reported. And again, we see H5 and egg outbreak in domestic poultry and spread. And during this period of time, we can also found a report of first human infection of this H5 and egg in last year. So this subtype is become the interesting subtype that WHO and OAG want to monitor. And in this year, we already passed 3 months of 2022. China has reported the infection of H5 and 6 in China, and also this subtype caused human cases, and 2 already died within this year. So it's quite a concerned subtype. And this one's just to show you the distribution of the avian influenza outbreak during 2010 to 2016. 16. So it's occur all over the world. And if you look at the subtype, you can see that China and Vietnam has many subtypes of the avian influenza virus. The green color is S5N1, and this one is S7, and I guess with this color, and the yellow one is S5N6. And we look at the years, different years, we can see that proportion of S5N1 is smaller, and the presence of other subtype has emerged, like S5N6 and S5N8. And when we look at the host species, a group of animals, you can see that backyard domestic poultry show very similar subtype to the commercial poultry. So it is very likely that they share some common contact points and transfer the disease to each other. Now we come to the present day. This is the data from last year. Last year, many reports of the S5N8 in different continents, and as well as the S5N1 here, and many human cases found here in China that caused by S5N6 highly pathogenic avian influenza, as well as S5N1. Now, since October 2021, October last year, S5N1 come back very fast and go distribute all over the continents, many continents. And at this area still suffer with human case from S5N6, and some human case also observed in H9N2 in humans here. And when we look closely to our countries like South Asia here, this is the data from 2006 to 2019. You can see that Bangladesh are very outstanding in reporting the avian influenza of S5N1, and also India has reported the disease in different regions of the countries. And in the past, S5N1 outbreak is up and down, but during that past 10 years, it's looked quite stable. But as you see in the picture, it's emerging again now. So this is to compare between countries, the outbreak report. So Bangladesh is the highest, followed by Nepal, India, Pakistan, and Bhutan and Afghanistan. And this is at that period. So many human cases also reported in Bangladesh, Nepal, and Pakistan. And this one show you the factors or the relative risk of the domestic poultry. Let's say they have higher chance to have the S5N1 outbreak, 30 times higher than in wild bird. And in commercial poultry farms also has a 3 times higher chance to see the outbreak. And also the last one, which everyone already know, that the season largely impact on the occurrence of the avian influenza outbreak. Okay, the transmissions for incubation period can be very short, 3 to 5 days, but in some cases it can last to 10 to 14 days. It's also possible. The transmission can be via direct contact or close contact or indirect contact to the contaminated equipment or vehicle. And the infected chicken can secrete the virus through their secretion, like from nostril, mouth, eyes, and also droppings. That's why when you move birds, infected birds, then you can spread the disease. And again, the clinical sign is very similar to Newcastle disease virus, nervous system, respiratory system, gastrointestinal system, reproductive, and as well as cardiovascular system. So you can see the cyanosis of the rattle and comb, and you can see hemorrhage at the shank here, some nervous signs and sudden death, and some respiratory signs, swollen head, and GI sign for diarrhea. And you have, and when you look at the post-mortem lesions, it's very difficult to differentiate the avian influenza infections from the Newcastle disease virus because it look very similar to each others. So differential diagnosis is quite the same. So for diagnosis, since it is the RNA virus, so the technique used for laboratory diagnosis is not much different from the NDV that I already mentioned previously. So I will not go to the details of the diagnosis here. But I give you here the recommended diagnostic of AI from the OIE. And again, you can select from the 2+ and 3+ to be used as you want. If you want to eradicate contributor eradication policy, you can refer to the OIE and see what tests you need to do, what tests can be used and suitable for your laboratory. At the end, I just found this publication that they evaluate the efficacy of the ELISA comparing with the HI test in order to use as the screening test for zero prevalence of highly pathogenic avian influenza. And I see the result is quite interesting, so I put it here. You can see that the ELISA show a very high percentage. So it can, if you look at this data, I think it can be a good tool to be used to as a screening tools for avian influenza infections. And they already assess the specificity and sensitivity of the test, and actually the specificity of the HI and ELISA is quite the same, almost 100%, but some sensitivity of the ELISA is much better in this studies. So I think because the ELISA is much more developed nowadays. So at the end, for prevention and control, again, you have to focusing on your biosecurity. The movement control is important, and you need serological monitoring because the disease is have a lot of impact on the economic impact. So it's worth to have this monitoring program better than you have to cull your animals. And some countries may be allowed to use vaccination and some countries maybe not. So I'm not touching on that. A little bit sharing from Thailand perspective. So we already know that the avian influenza is around the continents of Asia. So vet authorities already put in action. So if you want to move chickens or birds to anywhere, like from hatchery to farm or from farm to slaughterhouse, you must have the negative results of the avian influenza test. We use the RT-PCR test. So in this example, we want to move broiler to slaughterhouse, so we have to take sample 5 to 10 days before our plan that we want to move, and then we submit the sample for the analysis, and then we allow to move the broilers. Okay, so I think it's all from my side. And in summary, from my perspective, I think it is very important and it's worth to focusing on the biosecurity of your farm, because nobody knows better than you, and you can select the vaccinations to be used or not used for both Newcastle disease or an avian influenza. So try to use several strategies to control the disease. You should not only rely on the vaccinations, but you have to pay more attention to serological monitoring, to the biosecurities, then you can protect your flocks. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Natakarn. It is a very interesting topic. We proceed to our next presenter. If you have any question to the topic of Dr. Natakarn, we have a question and answer later. Okay, we proceed to the next presenter. Our next presenter, he is a doctor veterinary medicine, and he is a lot of work experience in poultry productions and diagnostic. One of those is in 1992 to 2005, Advanced Pharma, a daughter company of CP Thailand, poultry product specialist. In 2005 to 2010, Animal Health Product Technical Officer, CP Thailand. In 2010 to 2015, Technical Service Manager, Poultry Vaccine, Thailand, Loman Animal Health Thailand. In 2015, Technical Service Manager, Poultry Vaccine, Thailand, Elanco Animal Health. And right now, he is my colleague, Regional Technical Sales Manager, LPD, Southeast Asia and South Asia, India, including India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, IDEXX Laboratories. And he is one of my mentor in poultry production and diagnosis. I would like to present to you our next presenter, Dr. Anand.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, I think about everyone can hear my voice. Okay, I will present my presentation about Newcastle and AI in the part of the diagnosis. That is, Dr. Natakarn mentioned to you about how to control this disease and how to protect the performance and the loss come from this pathogen. For NDV, the test kit, the solution for the diagnosis for this disease is have many tests, but for the effective and the safe cost and the high accuracy for the zero is Newcastle. Is for the Newcastle is the IDEXX test. Okay, I will show you later. For IDEXX, we have the product that serve your need in detect about the titer to detect about everything in the antibody titer in the serum. IDEXX NDV AB test is for detection of antibody against NDV in chicken serum only. They detect IgG, not IgM. IgG is so specific. It means when it's positive in the result from the ELISA, it means they really infection. This ELISA test kit is format in the indirect ELISA. Color development in color relate proportional to amount of antibody in the sample. It means the color is deep. It means the antibody is high. Paired code with whole NDV antigen, whole virus. Detect all serotype of conventional vaccine and field strain because the antigenic of Newcastle virus is so same over 75%. It means they are same one